Good morning, guys. Bank of Canada cut 50 bips. Ooh. Nope, dollar's still up. Why whole market short squeeze? It didn't short squeeze that hard. Good pickle pick on the goog. Yeah, that was a nice one. I cut some, but 200 seems possible. It's a casual 4 sigma move on NQ in an hour. That wasn't a 4 sigma move. What? Like 1.2. What standard deviation bands are you using? And on what time frame? $30 off weekly VWAP. That's not a one standard deviation move. That's just a one standard deviation move from VWAP. Google 195C is also open for 32 cents. Pickles picks are the win. I got the 190s, but yeah, I wish I bought some of the cheaper ones. Sorry you're in pain today. Thanks for making it to the stream. Yeah, no problem. I keep grinning like an idiot when Feliz Navidad comes on the radio. Hashtag AMC as a dud. We'll see. Tis the season, though. Up 342% already. Sold some for 100, so they're free. Nice. Yeah, it seemed like a good place to chase the bounce in NQ. Google printed like 100% for 6 minutes. That was a pretty good one. So just no red candles today. We're getting up into resistance here. 75, 80 is going to be fairly strong resistance, and then we'll see what happens. Still kind of riding the momentum from the pre-market. I will say, not a lot of resistance on ES till we get to like 86, 85. And then I'm not really sure if that's going to act as resistance. We got hung up on 75 a little bit. So there might be some new resistance forming there, but I still think like 60, 90, 60, 65 are the levels to really pay attention to. Like there's an upside trend we can test here, which is like, yeah, like 86, somewhere between like 86 and 80 by end of day. But we're not quite there yet. Fortunately, there's really no CTA buyers, so whatever bounce we get here won't be nearly as strong as it would have been had we dropped lower. I'm gonna play pullback in NQ. Oh, where's that guy who was bitching about NQ being bullish the other day? And I was like, anyway, alright. I'm not gonna give him shit. I mean, NQ looks fine. I don't think I'd be shorting it yet. No. A little bit higher than December 2021. That's crazy. You think today is the day for CMG? I fucking hope so, because I bought in yesterday when it tested 65. So far, it's up 40 cents, which is not great. But not too much theta decay on the debit spread, so. I think we shifted from above 75 bullish to above 75.80 bullish. I think I marked it this morning for you guys. Yeah, I put a mark at 79.31. This is bullish. I mean, breaking all of these was bullish, but that's the next level that matters. 21,700. I don't think that matters. 21,706. Maybe it does, actually. That was the daily high on 12.9. So NQ just snapped right back to the prior all-time high. It's a little short of it right now. We got, yeah, let me pull up some of the data. What the fuck is that doing on that window? Let's just go over here. Alright, let's see. Yeah, well, more sold calls coming in at 80 after market open than we're coming in at 75 is what you're seeing the effect of. So if you look at the pre-market gamma that I posted, and then you look at like the live GSX, you'll see that like the 80 has moved up since open, but the 75's kind of just stayed flat. So all of the sold calls are being added at 85. Usually levels will shift like that right around market open, and then they get kind of locked in for the day. But yeah, sold calls here, some sold puts at 82. So bulls are still trying to drive it a bit higher. Definitely a lot more resistance at 80, 85. 85 has a synth short. Also a synth short at 60, 95. Huge pile of sold calls at 60, 90. And then to the downside, so this could pull back as low as 65, maybe 60, and then sold puts at 50, 40. Big sold puts at 50, 40. So minor support at 60, major support at 50 and 40. Gamma moves negative under 67, which is kind of close to what I have there. That's about it. So yeah, this can fail and fall back a little. Not much, but a little. And then we'd be looking for support around that 65 to 67 level. Maybe the EMA. Yeah. 68.50. Cool to see if 75 is support on ES. So this is like the first round of tiny profit taking, maybe. I don't think a lot of profit taking today because I don't think we moved up hard enough. Does that mean they've built support by selling puts? Were you not here this morning? Did you miss this? I just choose exactly the wrong index to play every day. It's actually impressive. NQ literally the only thing still ripping. I mean NQ looks like it's kind of starting to top out. I think your entries might be bad. Like if you're short NQ right now, I'm not sure where the fuck you entered. Dow's straight down. Well, Dow's a piece of shit. Also, it doesn't really benefit from higher inflation, broadly. NQ does, but the, like, equal weight SPX, Dow, and R2K do not. They do not want higher inflation. Well, everything commercial services and consumer sales mostly benefits from higher inflation as long as they can pass it through without losing market share. Little profit taking before more ups. Yeah, possibly. We'll see. I think this could bleed off a little more. Um, but there's some support on sold puts at 70, which we may not get below. I'd like to test them at least, which doesn't look like it's going to happen. But this range right here is going to be very choppy to the upside, I think. I'm going to cut this if it goes above, what, 850? That's the prior high on NQ. NQ's supporting all of this, so make sure you keep an eye on it. Maybe a little bit more profit taking. There's some bot puts at 65 on SPX, which is just where gamma goes negative. Well, a little south of where gamma goes negative, but not much, like $2. What price did you enter Google shares at? I wouldn't. It was just a like intraday trade. I just wanted to capture the rip on NQ somewhere where it hadn't been fully realized yet. Apple's working with Broadcom to make their own AI chip. Fun. Pretty much. I mean, the companies that benefit from a stronger dollar tend to be multinationals, not domestically based, right? Or domestically domiciled. Um, because they get to take advantage of foreign exchange opportunities. And they have effective monopolies, so they have, huge swaths of their own market share. Most of them are monopolies, at least by definition, if not legally.
Someone put their pickle in my jar. Does this price action in response to CPI impact your tilde 6000 SPXPT for a local correction by Opex? Seems like yesterday could be the local bottom if PPI is received favorably tomorrow 3.
Yeah, I agree. Yesterday could be the local bottom. I mean, that's why I got straddles last night and hedged the upside for PPI. But we could still see 6,000. We're not. I mean, we haven't fully. We've mean reverted, but we haven't shifted to the bullish side of that yet. Why are you deleting Nuke's messages, Carl? I made 200% on Google in 30 minutes and sold. Nice. Now, did Google come up on any of our indicators? Because I don't think it did, but it should have. Oh, because he made more money than you, Carl. Really? So childish. Yep, no shame. Should be some shame. A little bit. Uh, NQ breaking up. Looks like it's just gonna drag shit with it. Maybe we should be playing NQ. What is better? A little more room to push up. Maybe we get the 6089 test on ES. 6090. Then we run into a little bit of a wall at the synthetic short. Hmm. Still like this better. TQQQ calls are doing okay. Yeah. This is the only place I have more fake internet power than Nuke. I see. Nuke, it's just because his penis is soft. Don't feel bad. How far can the Bulls turn this around? I drew little lines. Mine is rock hard. Nice. Goddamn right. Wait. I'm just gonna fill Pickle's picks with violent intraday, high risk weekly options from now on. Everyone loves me more when they make the money right away. And that's the only reason I do this shit. Discord just muted for me. Why? Only you. Oh, look, there's all kinds of people over in the Discord. What's up, Visceral? Oh, Piss Out Your Ass is back? I thought his wife banned him from trading. Did you see Japan with PPI was hot and got revised up this morning? I saw that it was hot. I didn't see that it got revised up. Chinese vehicle sales were up. Mm, that's fucking weird. Nice. Shorted the tippy tippy top. Nice. Back to positive. Oh man, my fucking tooth hurts. Ah. Fucking bastards. Didn't adjust what? Oh no, they didn't do shit when I went to the dentist last night. So it was like an old filling that I had, and they were like, "Oh, you know, this looks like it's gonna maybe come loose soon, so we're gonna replace it." And then they didn't seal the fucking thing, so they just put like the porous stuff, like the porous filling in, but they didn't put the sealant on it. And I got home and I was like, "Wow, that feels like fucking it hurts," right? Like after the anesthesia wore off. And then it's just been hurting more and more ever since. But supposedly they're going to fix it today. We'll see. I think they might be retarded. Everywhere I go, fucking idiots. I mean, not here, of course, but oof, well, I always have Oragel or whiskey. They gave me some hydrocodone last night, but I don't like taking opiates. They fuck my stomach up. We aren't idiots, just degens. You guys wouldn't forget to seal my tooth. Tooth pain is shockingly distracting. It's not something I'm used to, but it's kind of like just, it doesn't hurt that bad. But it's kind of like just being in a really noisy room. Dentist was like, this guy just wants some drugs. I specifically told him I didn't want a prescription for hydrocodone. And he was like, are you sure about that? And I was like, yeah, I am. It's like back pain. You can't turn it off. Yeah. What didn't hurt when you fell from heaven? Nice. JK, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. Um, Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, my man. What the fuck is going on with this? Oh, there we go. Could have given you ibuprofen 800. I could just take 4 ibuprofen. I don't know why doctors prescribe that shit. It's so stupid. Tooth or ear pain's unbearable? You can't do anything that requires focus. No, I'm really glad my trades were already set up this morning. Been here, done that. Thanks for the ride. You get the same fucking intro every time, man. Alright? That one's usually cheaper with a script. I have a jar of ibuprofen in my cabinet that's like 5,000 pills. I can do all the levels of IBU. All the way up until internal bleeding. Apple trying to get through 250 is crazy. I like to be well prepared. You know those expire. Do they? Or do they just lose efficacy? Oh, Gurk. Win short upstart. Wait, long upstart's the play right now. Why are you trying to short it? Oh, maybe soon. Looks like they're enjoying their the bump in inflation today. I missed the Google train. Oh no. But CMG's looking good. Yeah, it's starting to get there. Not too bad at least. Come on, Upstart at $20 a few months back. Did you sell it at 30? Don't fucking lie to me, Carl. How much downside does Beyond have? And does it affect your longer term outlook? Hold on. Let me I'll just tell you. I'll put in the effort. I'm kind of tempted to take profits on CMG. It just got above resistance. I mean, if that's what you need to do, that's what you need to do, but is Costco not a good short? Really not a good short here at 1K? I don't think it's a bad short. But it could take some time. Well, there's a little risk of it going over 1,000. Definitely a lot of call sellers at 1,000, but any positioning actually building above us? Are we stuck at the upper chop line? There's some greedy fuckers selling some 60, 80 puts, but yeah, mostly choppy here. There's a synthetic short that is actually growing at 60, 85. Gamma falls off to the downside of 75 pretty hard. It's like a well, it's still early in the day, but it's about a 4 billion drop in Gamma from 75 to 70. Gamma goes negative around 71 and continues down to about 60. So we could technically pull back pretty far if we were to lose like the 72 level. Oh wait, I already drew a line there. Why am I getting asked questions? We have to wait till it fails 72, AJ. That's why you keep getting fucked. Because I just said 72, not 74. Yeah, they don't want to lose this level. That doesn't mean they won't. It just means they don't want to. Those are different things. You were very organized yesterday. Was I? Huh. Thank you.
Someone put their pickle in my jar. Can you walk through your thought process on a straddle for PPI tomorrow on SPX? What factors should one consider when picking strikes? Tried straddling SPY in the past, but both sides just bled and neither printed 3.
It says just blood and neither printed. Hmm. Interesting. Ooh. You walk through your thought process. Let's straddle for PPI tomorrow. But neither printed. Hmm. Yeah, so you have to, there's a couple of factors that you have to consider. The first one being that there's likely to be some vol crash. But yeah, give me a second and I'll go over some of that. Sorry, I'm just trying to manage a trade here. Son of a bitch. Motherfucker. Question. Do you wanna go over the setup for straddling SPY tomorrow? Mm.
Someone put their pickle in my jar, either one. I have a problem pricing in event vol and don't know
Either
how to
one, I
get
have a
this
problem
fabled.
pricing in the event vol, and I don't know how to get this fabled
Currently
free
don't have
money.
margins, so
Currently
haven't
don't
been
have
able to sell
margins, so I haven't been
contracts
able
to
to
offset
sell
price.
contracts.
3.
Sell contracts to offset the price. Okay. We can do something about that. Good morning, Huckleberry. All right, yeah, I don't think SPX is going to do anything here, and I got out of gold. I was just waiting for gold to break above 755. All right, let's go over here. We'll pull this up. Nope, that's not the right one. Nor is that. That is, though. Okay. So, first things first, you're probably going to want to figure out what the expected move is for tomorrow. Which is probably gonna change today, but probably gonna be around like, let's see, Vol's trimming back, so it'll probably be around like 4.8 or 5 by end of day today. We can just use a rough estimate for now, but if you really want to calculate it at close, you can. And then you're gonna pick your days to expiry for your straddle. Um, Generally speaking, to avoid the initial event vol crush, you're going to want to go out to where the volatility on the contract starts to fall off. So if you look at these right now, IV for tomorrow's expiration is about 8.6%. I don't think there's a lot of event vol priced into PPI right now. So you might not actually have to go further out than that. That might be more than sufficient. And then you're profitable within the expected move. But that'll start to break down as we move into tomorrow, right? So by tomorrow at market open, you'll have needed to realize a move greater than here, let me reduce this a bit. A move greater than 0.3. Which is about 60% of tomorrow's realized move. Now, there's a couple of things you can do to offset that. The first one you can't do because you don't have margin, but you can sell the vol. If vol were higher, vol is very low on these contracts. But if vol were higher, say vol was double where it's at now, so like 14, 16, you could sell the out of the money put, maybe like there, and then sell the call, and that'll kind of it'll trim your profitability quite a bit, but it'll also kind of trim that exposure to volatility dropping. Not much, but a little, right? So that's one solution. The tighter you get that, the less profitability you have, but the narrower your range to achieve profitability. Now remember, when you're looking at this in option strat, it's weighting both legs, not each leg individually. And very frequently the idea behind these is that you're going to play the full range of the volatility that's priced in. So if the market maker is pricing in 50 points in either direction for tomorrow, very simply, and say you open at the high, right? You get like, like 107 at market open tomorrow, which would be like a 34% return on the call side. You would then be looking to close the call there at plus 34%. So the contract value on the call side would be, let's exclude that for a second. So contract value on the call side, you'd be looking to close around $20.74. So you'd be selling that to close, right? sell to close, and then you would have your put, except your put would be worth less, right? Because your put's going to be up here at that 0.3 mark. So your put's going to be worth 0.54. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. Current price. And then you want to try to maximize the other side of that move, right? So, say it pulls back to like 537, right? Or back to flat. So return to mean at market open, which would be back here at 75. And you get like, you're able to close it out for $3.37. So that's kind of shitty. Not ideal. So you need a little bit more profitability on the put side or more profitability on the call side. Yeah, just a bit shy of positive there. So, you would probably need to try to squeeze a little bit more out of this. But I think the 337 close on that's fine. Hold on, let me see something here. Let me reopen this one. Contract value. What is that? 30-point move is 21.26. Is that what I closed it for? No. Yeah, so you need a little bit more than like 0.3. Either you need a little more than 0.3 to the upside, or you need the index to return to like 0.1 negative, because this is the index at flat. So you'd have to get another dollar out of one or the other. But that's how it works most days. Like most days you're just trying to like maximize the profitability of the favorable side after the overnight move. And then you're trying to get as good a return on the downside option as you feasibly can. And this is why I frequently buy, 3 to 5 days of theta, because let's reopen these and we'll look at what they look like out here on was that Friday's expiration? That's Monday. That's like 2.2 days. Let's see, if I were buying one I'd probably buy Monday for PPI tomorrow. So, okay. So if you're buying this, this starts to get a lot more expensive than trying to manage the 0 DTE ones. The problem with the 0 DTEs is they lose too much value overnight, and so you end up in the situation that I kind of just showed you, where like you really have to like nail the margins of profitability on the contract in order to make a decent return. And decent return is 2-3%. Out here at like 5 days though, you get a lot more flexibility and like where you can profit on the one day, right? So if we're looking at market open tomorrow, and we want to assume the same move, right? So and then we can also look at the 5-day implied move. So we got 1.02%. So that gives us a lot more range than the 0 DTE move. So we would be looking as high as like, let's say 61.38 on the call side, and as low as like 60.16 on the put side. And so, wherever you open tomorrow, say it's bullish, we open up and we get that 0.3 move, right? And you close your call there, you're getting 42.96 for the contract, which is about double what you paid for it. So we'll sell to close this. Or is that 45.52? The prices are moving around. Versus 96. 47. Something's wrong there. Is that not the right current price? Oh. There we go. We're selling this for 42.96. Right now. Sell the close. All right. So then, after you close that at your 30% move, right? Then you're looking to the downside to capture the rest of the potential profitability. Now, if the price keeps going up, you've just got to close the put. But if you do get a mean reversion or a return back to where you bought the put, you're going to pick up a total of 1608, right? So this is going to, you're actually closing this at a loss. Is that 1608? Yeah. But your total realized gain is 39%. So you're playing the move to the outer bound of the market maker's expected move, and then the mean reversion from there. Now that mean reversion isn't always like right. I mean, if it's a bullish trend, you're gonna get a higher low, but you should still, even if you got the higher low on this, you would still capture some profitability. It would just be less. Oh yeah, I have to exclude this fucker, don't I? I don't think that matters. Yeah, I don't think that matters. Because there's not enough IV on the contracts to really fall off. They're like 7.4%. What's the dope website you keep jumping to after option strat? Why, Carl, that's our website. Gamma Strike. Ballpark estimate how often you get that mean reversion. I mean, almost every time, but I'm also managing these a lot more technically than what I'm describing here. So, for me, what I'm going to do is, hold on. What the fuck is that? Include? Okay. So if I'm buying this, and I'm closing at the 30% overnight move, I'm then selling the put here at 80. And one DTE. In order to continue to float the 75 put. And then I'm probably also simultaneously selling the like the 6100 spread on the same day to the upside. And then if price stagnates, which is the worst possible thing for a put, then I continue to harvest theta as the intraday position decays out, right? And then I still have the put open, and then I will continue to do this on that longer dated put until I'm able to close that put. And if I'm not able to close that put, I'll have netted it off by like I'll have netted off that value by selling the puts against it and using it as the backstop for those bull put spreads. But that's really complicated, and that's really just about trying to like maximize returns on the strategy. You don't need to get that into the weeds with it. And I recommend probably a lot of paper trading before you attempt any of that. Right? Mostly what you want to focus on is the realization of the underpriced volatility and then the mean reversion of that. Right, that's the benefit of realized vol being so low, is the market maker is not pricing in shit on those contracts. And so when it moves,
event vol the shortest time frame. How do you stack rank
you're making money because the market maker's they're not pricing any expected fucking move on that. Like basically nothing. Right, the IV is like fucking 8% on these right now. Oh, did my mouse die? You gotta be shitting me. Oh, it didn't. It's just stuck over there. Thanks for taking the time and all you do. On GS, which IV do you look at for event vol? The shortest time frame? Yeah, ideally. How do you stack rank the different vol indicators? I mean, if you're day trading or intraday trading, you don't really need to look past like the IV 10, IVHV 10. That's going to be more than sufficient. Now remember that on equities, so if you're trying to do this shit on equities, volatility has an inverse correlation to what it has on indexes. So vol up on indexes, bearish. Vol up on equities, bullish. Most of the time. There are instances where volatility can spike to the downside on equities, but it's rare. Especially like anything S&P 500. Is there more to that? Oh, not sure which one to look at for which types of trades. Yeah, so I mean, for your straddles, you're probably fine looking at like IV10, IVHV10. I don't think you're gonna probably go further out than that on straddles. Sometimes I will. But then again, that's also, because I'm weighting my straddles with the current trend and where I expect price action to go, and all of those things like that, and the selling of the bull put spreads and the bear call spreads, and creating the the iron condor with the extra dead leg, like all of that stuff is just squeezing. Like I'm just trying to squeeze like a few more bips basically out of the position, as much as I can to maximize like capital efficiency. But you don't need to worry about that with a small account. You're not like hedged off on your tails, so you're not really worried about like the vol decay and stuff. You just need to focus on like the underpriced option and then try to play the mean reversion. And some days you'll lose money, but a lot of days you'll be surprised you do really well. I mean, a morning like this, for instance, like I picked up the 40. I picked up the 40 straddle yesterday, a little bit before close, right? And you're immediately up, on the call side in a profitable position. So you don't even need to do any management with the put, if that makes sense. Like from yesterday close to market open today was already a 70-point move that was not priced in. Some things you can do to dodge IV crush when IV is priced in, though, is you can move out to a straddle, because the market maker is expecting a bigger move. So you can move your legs out a little bit further. I wouldn't go too wide with them, but you can, right? And you can then just scalp the premium increase, even if the option doesn't go in the money. Um, you can sell the vol. You can sell the shorter dated vol and hold the longer dated contract through the event and into whatever price improvement or downside happens following the event. Um, you can buy more theta. More theta is always a good way to avoid event vol. Usually, you'll if you just go look at the contracts, you will see how much event vol falls off. How much theta did you have on last night's straddle Friday? 12-13 expiry. Just here to say you're the cream to my hemorrhoids, and make sure to hit the like button. Thanks, Kendra. The like button. Can you explain why it's not worth straddling other indexes? Well, you have a multiplier on SPX that's quite nice. Also, SPX tends to move from strike to strike, so you get very like robust, full $5 moves. Um, so both of those are a benefit. You can technically use like MES if you want smaller contracts, and you would have a roughly similar profit curve. On like QQQ SPY, you don't get enough value in the money on the contracts. Right, because you're technically buying at the money contracts when you enter a straddle. Ideally, you're not buying an in the money contract at any point. And so, there's a lot of value realization on the conversion of extrinsic to intrinsic value. And that happens most efficiently on SPX. Yeah, tonight I'll probably use Monday. But then Friday, I might use like the Opex contracts, like the AM contracts, because weekend theta's a bitch. And the reason I do this is, the whole reason the play works is because everyone is over short vol, right? Everyone's selling all the calls and they're selling all the puts. And as you move into close, they're oversold as fuck, right? Which means they're cheap. And since they're oversold into close and they fall off, you tend to get a large overnight move as the market maker deleverages their position. So you're not getting very flat markets in the overnight, morning to morning. I mean, sometimes we do, but usually futures is moving quite a bit. And that's because at close, all of those zero DTE contracts fall off, right? And that gamma falls away from spot, and that allows spot to move in the overnight session into open where they start selling contracts again. So there's a period there where like the pressure on realized vol is just released, and you can play that like every night. And some nights it's insane. I mean, some nights you'll get a 200 basis point move, and you don't care about the dead leg at all, because your contract that did print is up several $1,000s more than the contracts you lost. And you can do it on SPY and QQQ, but you need to switch some things up. So you need a little bit more theta. You're gonna need probably wider realized ranges. Like SPY and QQQ will perform very similarly if there's a big overnight move, but on moves where there isn't, or a flat day, they underperform a lot harder, and the volatility on them tends to be a bit higher, and the vol crush on them tends to be a bit more rapid because they're far more liquid. Do you think we could wipe out this pump by end of week? I mean, it's possible. Yeah. Well, so they sell so much vol that they crush the market makers into close. And so in the overnight move, the market maker can then dump that hedge, right? The market makers, they're 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 long the calls here and they're long the puts here because everyone's selling all of this. And this is what zero DTs have promoted the most. And this kind of gamma stacks to either side of spot, and the MM gets crushed into close. And obviously, that's not linear every day, but it does happen, right? And then those expire at close; they're gone. And so the range that the market maker's hedge is then in widens, and the market maker is able to dump a bunch of their hedge. And generally you'll see the overnight move kind of mirror whichever direction was more heavily sold, right? So if the call side is more heavily sold, you might see a downward move in futures that night. And this is why, like, end of day, I'm like, oh, it looks like futures is going to go up, futures is going to go down, and it's usually pretty accurate, right? In the overnight session, and a lot of that's just based on this mechanic. What account size is ideal for this? For straddling SPX? It depends what returns you're looking for. If you're looking to like consistently make 3% or more a day, you need to be probably upwards of like 350,000. If you're okay with like 3% a week, you might be able to cut that into like you might be able to do it with like 25% of the total value. With this bounce, were you managing your Opex put position? If you were to re-enter to the downside, sorry, I gotta read this because I think it got cut off. I didn't hear the thing. Downside, would you get more theta, or is 1220 theta still sufficient for the expected move? I don't think there's a problem with the 1220 theta. I still have a couple of the 75s left. Well, by a couple, I mean 10. I still have 10 of the 75s left. They were my cheapest ones. I took some profits before I closed yesterday. I rolled some of those profits into the put side of my straddle. And I bought the call side of the straddle as well. And so the call side is kind of hedged off the 75 puts that I have. If I were going to enter more of them, I would want to see some indication that this bounce is going to fizzle out, and we're still above the collar here. We do have a fairly strong bounce. I don't think I'm going to get that opportunity, honestly. Like if PPI is bearish, it's probably going to pull us right back under the collar. So I'll keep my 60-40 puts from yesterday and my 60-75 puts that I have left open. But I'm probably not going to add to them. Now, if we get a stronger move up, and we test like VN again or something like that, then I might get some more at the money puts. You're saying the market's running on mechanics and not fundamentals? Blasphemy. I mean, that's why these companies have these market caps largely. I sent you a milestone. I'm gonna rewatch this 10 times later. Also meant to mention the list format from Sunday stream was a great way to do it. Okay, awesome. We can do that. I don't mind doing that as long as it's efficient, It's just like there's only a little bit of time before like JFresh and Dork on, and then we start to get into the fucking weeds and talking about bullshit. So yeah, I don't mind doing it that way. If you guys like it. Are you telling me I should have taken profit on my 60/50 yesterday and not bet at all on CPI red day? Well, we expected higher CPI, and that's a little bullish because margin expansion. Well, bullish for tech, I should say. You're on a teaching spree. Woo! Are you telling me I should have taken so very succinct, very to the point? Okay. Bullish until PPI. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing, is now that CPI has come in. Hold on. Ah, fucker. That was unpleasant. Now that CPI has come in at expectations, that's going to put a lot more weight on PPI, right? We're not seeing dramatic increases in CPI. And so if we see a larger than expected increase in PPI, that means that the efficiency of pass through for costs onto the consumer is narrowing, which it should be. I mean, we've got slightly higher unemployment, wages are kind of flat. It should be harder to put more of the burden of cost increases onto the consumer without losing market share. Remember, the more you overprice your product, the more price conscious consumers are going to go and seek a cheaper alternative. And that's how companies lose market share. Periods like this, and the reason the government tries so hard to avoid them, are devastating for large, too big to fail corporations because they don't move quickly. And this is one of the reasons, there is a segment of, Wall Street that's hyper bullish on like R2K, because it is during periods like this, in the 5 to 10 year window, where smaller companies that are faster to pivot and more efficient in their pricing can take huge amounts of market share from larger corporations. But back to PPI, if prices are not being passed forward efficiently onto the consumer, but prices are still rising on the producer side, then that is de facto margin compression. And since everything's priced on its potential forward valuation, and what we think it will be worth in the future is how much you are willing to pay that multiple per dollar earned today, then margin compression rapidly reduces the expansion that is predicted, right? And so when you get an assumption of margin compression into the future, like we saw in 2022, prices and multiples rapidly devalue. And so yes, PPI with the small gains in CPI, PPI becomes far more relevant. Interestingly, if we had seen a big swing up in CPI, there would probably be less fear around PPI because it would indicate that the pass through was still very efficient. And that's what we saw in, the inflation spikes of late 2021, early to mid 2023, was that, CPI was rising far faster than the PPI. And so the producers, companies were just, they were shifting price increases onto the consumer that didn't even exist at that point, which is very profitable, right? I mean, if you're experiencing, plus 0.6% month over month in cost increases on your bottom line, but you're selling your product at 32% more, this is very good for your revenues, right? But remember, much like inflation, those things are transitory, right? So if your bottom line keeps moving up 6% month over month, but your 32% margin on the net profit is staying flat, these are going to catch up. And your pricing power, depending on who you are, is limited. So you can only price so much onto your customers before they're like, "Fuck you, I'm just not going to buy that shit anymore," right? And then you've got to start competing, and and then this whole process reverses, right? Now you've got to start absorbing higher costs and narrowing your margins in order to compete with other companies that are willing to offer similar products or services for less money. And that's when prices come down, is when markets are highly competitive. When Taco Bell says $9 chalupas are fine, gouging is better than market share. Abuelita's empanadas is going to start taking off. Yeah, exactly. I mean, do you really want to talk to AJ, Nitu? I don't know. A bunch of people were asking about straddles. I don't know who sent the Ko-fi, but there was several questions on them. You could just why don't you just share it in like the general chat or something if you want to. Why my last construction company is going out of business? Oh no, Potato Tom. Could ES hit its all-time high today too? It's a little off. Probably. I don't know. Probably not. 90s are pretty strong resistance. Maybe end of day. Google's already busy starting the next bubble of quantum computing, don't you know? I did not know. Yeah. Who cares what it's called? Is it quantum computing? Not really. But does that matter? Also, no. Not my company, but we were still running 20-25% margins when our competitors were running 10-15. We got smoked for a year. Yeah, it's very hard to pivot off that too. Mm. Did you say Charm will be swinging its hog bullish towards end of day? Hmm. No. I would say Charm's pretty flat here. I actually finally have my last 400 GME shares called away. Congratulations. If PPI is up tomorrow, that should be bearish. Sure. Depends on how much it's up. If it's in line with expectations, then not really. Have to beat or miss. Let's see. Just resistance here. Officially my third longest relationship. Don't judge me. I just know you're gonna judge me. It sounds like you want me to judge you. That seems fine. What's wrong with that? Thanks, Posty. Apple over 250 present me Squeezy potential? I don't think so. Make assumptions, my guy. Make them. I mean, it's Costco over 1,000. I think it'll split anytime soon. Maybe. Should I sell 3K shares of Palantir for a Lambo? My 911 is now 10 years old. Joking, I'm never getting rid of my 911. Why would you want a Lambo? But I don't know why. What don't? I'm already married. Married guys don't need Lambos. Yeah, not at all. Yeah, I assumed that you didn't mean $3,000 worth of Palantir. Because that'd be a really cheap Lambo, right? Have you seen the new 911 Turbo S Cabriolets? They're pretty. I believe I have. And yes, I agree. So I think this gets rejected on the synthetic short at 85, but I'm not sure. Also, if we get rejected, I don't think we pull back much further than 75. It's so un-American to call them 911s. Why? I used to know a guy who raced Porsches too. And no, I did not know that. The very first car I got to drive after learning to drive stick was a 938 wide body, and I almost shit my pants. It had like 850 horsepower. I got in it. I like revved it up a little, popped it into first. It spun in a circle in the middle of the street, and I put it in park and got back out again. Schedule is light next week. What are you gonna do with it? The CPI is up. PPI should be up. Should mean more inflation, more happier businesses. No, PPI is bad for businesses. CPI is bad for people. Nobody gives a shit about people. It would make sense to get rejected here once. We'll see. All of this bounce is just coming from NQ. I mean, yeah, it's kind of tough when you're trading SPX and NQ is driving all the fucking price action, but is what it is. Where's resistance on NQ? It's at all-time highs, I think, or pretty close. Yeah, it's just at all-time highs. Who the fuck knows? No, not 89. I mean, there's a synthetic short here at spot. If we can break above it, then we could test like high 90s. And the synthetic short on SPX isn't gonna fucking matter much if ES is gonna, or if NQ is gonna keep taking off. Or did you grab a 60 ADP here? Hmm, not necessarily. Who's holding Tesla up? Well, not their sales or their revenues. Hmm. What's their Bitcoin? They sold all their Bitcoin. Well, I thought they had it. Pretty sure they did. Hmm. Sold calls weren't really retreating here. Some sold puts at 90, which is what I assume they're trying to leverage up. I don't think that's enough VIX up, SPX up for it to be of any consequence. NQ might have found a little bit of resistance here. It's not very strong though. Google was very profitable today. I kept some runners. Nice. I was pretty happy with it. Kitty update? I'm pretty sure he's in the living room under the couch. His favorite place in the world. Well, actually, I'm not in the living room, so he's probably running around breaking shit. Hmm. Let's start out of Google once at 80%, again at 120. Only had two and figured it'd be best to lock in the profits, but I think they hit 400%. Oh well. How come you never show him? I have. He's been on the stream before. Also, it's insanely difficult to get him out from under the couch. It was easier before he figured out that he could live under there full time. When rug after New Year's, like a big correction? I don't know. I mean, a 30-point bounce after a 30-point drop is not that crazy. And since open, we've just pushed into where like the sold put positioning was before, like at the end of last week. So I don't know, maybe after Opex, a lot of the positioning falls off around then. Big Opex, very big Opex. Yeah, it is. It's quarterly. But December and Jan are both leap expirations. What's the next important info dump we're waiting for? And PPI tomorrow is pretty important. Hmm. Do positioning to go up higher from here? I mean, positioning shifting, but no, not a lot. It looks like most of the short puts that were selling above 90 took profit on the rejection. There weren't very many of them. We still have a synthetic short at 85 and a synthetic short at 6,100. Or 95? Sorry, 95. So still two synthetic shorts here. We have sold calls in the money at 80.75. We have a synth long at 70. So I would say that reasonably we could pull back to the synth long. It probably wouldn't fall below that though. And that puts us, I don't know, back at like, maybe back at like 80-ish. Yes, like 80, 82. Somewhere in there. Oh. Pimento big Opex? Maybe. Do you mean ES 8082? Yeah. Like back down here. That would be roughly like SPX 72-ish. I'm gonna need some sell pressure off of NQ though. See, it's about 12 o'clock right now. Speaking of NQ, just a bit under $500 billion in market cap growth on Mag 7 today. I'm sure that's sustainable. Of course. Hmm. You missed it yesterday, Popcorn. I'm absolutely shredding SS of these GMECCs every week. I am a farmer, and they are my crops, like super stonk corn. Yeah, yeah. It doesn't seem like NQ to get that much of a sell-off before PPI. I mean, some profit taking wouldn't be absurd. Maybe back to like 21.7. I don't think this is going to pull back very hard. Well, let me be clear. But it does have a chance to pull back. Let's just wait to confirm. That was the pullback? Probably not. That's an attempt to stop the pullback. I don't think that's really the pullback at all. We're about at the peak of gamma for locally at least. Ooh, yeah, sold a bunch more puts at 60, 90 there. They might just pull them back again though. So we got 1,100 puts at 95, 8,500 sold calls, 95. So 7,400 sold calls at spot. Hmm. Hey, nuke. Spot's wrong. Is it? Oh, wait, maybe it's not. Well, it's not wrong there, but it was wrong here. Hmm. What are you tired of? Only up? Probably not buying enough calls. Behind this pump is more pumps. We haven't even reversed from the drop into Monday morning yet. Close, I think. Might be like $1 off. There's still a gap there, though. Maybe not on the 1 hour, but on the 15-minute? Maybe it's closed. I do see a gap over here, though. Where did that close? 60, 90, 28. 60, 89, 91. So there should still be a gap here. This opened 6083. I was 6088. This closed 6090. Huh, I wonder why WeBull's not showing a gap there. There's a gap there. RCX Pickle Pick still feasible? Yeah, it is. Moved up quite a bit today. Dividends passed now, so maybe that'll be where we see the breakout. Still gotta get above that sold call wall at 80 though. Hmm. Average out on yesterday's lows. I'm hoping it goes ham. Nice. Bulls can have fun if they cross 90. On what? Oh, on SPX? Oh, yeah. We'd have to leverage something up to pull that off, I think. Just 1 second. Alright, I'm back. Hmm. $62.50 by Trump's inauguration. Travel experience in Tesco? What the fuck is this? Sounds terrible. Isn't risk just getting grossly concentrated at this point? If it were priced above literally zero, this wouldn't be possible. Yes. Ooh. Yes, tested 6100. Maybe we find some sellers here. Still no sellers on NQ though. God, I hate that fucking thing. Which also point might not get the $50,000 because he called 911 and not the tip hotline. Ha! Get fucked. Snitches get no bitches. LOL. It's true, actually. No one ever said that the poor were smart. Yeah. Yeah, 34.19% of the S&P now. Dow's flat today. But yeah, most of this tech, if not all of it, is just a pump. And most of this pump is just tech. Ah. Are we back on longer dated, cheap, out of the money puts for SPX? I don't know. VIX 3M's like in the high 16s. I probably wouldn't buy here. What the fuck would I buy Vega puts based off of VIX? I hate AJ. Alright, you're getting timed out for the day. You've hit your question limit. There should be an option to time out without losing chat history, but there isn't. Some guy in DMing me asking about Vega puts and VIX. Cool. VIX 3 month. That's a real thing. You can find me in the SPX server. I'll relay your questions. Time you out too. I know when it's an AJ question. It's not just because it's coming from AJ. He has a particular brand of asking the same shit over and over again. Yeah. All right, give me a second. Hmm. I just took an entire tube of Orajel and I mixed it with a shot of vodka and I swished it around in my mouth. And now my mouth is entirely numb. This is fantastic. I don't think you're supposed to do that. No, give a shit. What does it taste like? Nothing. It tastes like my tongue's dead. I feel like there should be at least one dentist in the pickle jar. No, they're too conservative. I'm surprised we have any accountants, honestly. Bipolar Bear doesn't account. We have a few accountants, not just Bipolar Bear. There's others. Backend developers? Dozens. Hundreds. That's where the real degens live, in the cloud. Risk managers? Zero. Well, we have Gaff to come in and admonish us every once in a while. Is 85 supportive? No, not really. 85's a synthetic short. 80 a little bit. 75's the first real downside support. 75, 70. Or at least the first one of any significance. Are AP people, or maybe a controller who thinks themselves as accountants. No, I meant CPAs. We have CPAs. My ex was an accountant. You can say something bad about them. Who said a controller is not an accountant? Posty, who's a pigeon whale, so their argument automatically trumps whatever you have to say. What? That's the rule of the pigeon whales. What do you think they're paying for? I don't know about you, but I'd sure like to close flat. That'd be cool. I don't think that's gonna happen, but it'd be really cool. Google holding up the market, it's helping. Another 5% day. I have like 2 weeklies left. I think I should just close them here. This feels like it shouldn't, it absolutely shouldn't go any higher, right? But it is above 95. I was a controller and I left to go into public accounting. Yes, I know I went backwards. Wasn't the first time. Playing the secret top. We got the secret top already. Is that long gamut of the dealer side? Yes. It's partially for today. So like 500 of the contracts. Mostly it's 0 DT. We're still holding some of those SPX Opex puts. I still have like 10 of them. Hmm. No. So not gonna get spicy? There's only calls out to 32. There's nothing above that really. 30 is still just like 85,000 sold calls. The bull's taking profit at all. Hmm. Not really. No. Everything's just kind of sitting where it is. There's still some sold puts at 90. They haven't taken profit on them yet. They might on the third test. There's about 1,000 of them sold. So there's about 1,200 bought puts on the 95. Some of the in the money shit, like sold puts at 80 and 70 have dropped a little bit, but also not much there. Could MQ go off and fuck itself? Well, it could. Hmm. GME ARB is starting to resolve post earnings. I would be cautious about playing the upside on it. Ooh, should I sell more calls here? I don't have any open right now. Hmm. I wonder if there's ever a bad time to sell calls on GME. There must be, right? Well, maybe not. Is it worth it, though? I don't care about your GME position. How mad do I want to make the GME chat? No. How many DT are you selling on GME? Like Jan? Probably. That's where the liquidity is going to be. Actually said no more share offerings this quarter, so the fuck does that matter? He already diluted the stock. And he didn't say no more. He said probably no more. Which sounds a lot like I'm gonna fucking dilute the stock if it goes up too much. What do you mean VOP? I just said that the arbitrage was resolving on it. It's the opposite of VOP. It's VOWN. Noun? Noun. Did the 2-5 just invert, and does that matter? Yeah. It does, but people only care about the 210. And I have no idea. Did the 2-5? Yeah, they're inverted. Yeah, just above expectations would be bad. What if my food's ready? I'm gonna go check. I'll be right back. No, this looks fun. Hmm. Fuck was the point of that? These option sellers are just so happy with there's no gains there. Are there surgeons on your stream? Yeah, yeah. Two that I know of. Not everyone discloses their profession. 10-year yield 4.252 before $39 billion auction. High yield 4.235. Hmm. Interesting. You're still short MES. I know. Think I should put a stop on it? Ha, I'm a sturgeon. Fish noises, fish noises. I'm not a doctor, but I've stayed at a Holiday Inn. Was Chingy there? I'm a professional loser of money, just in case you wanted that disclosing in order to stay in the cult. In the past, you've forgotten these things before. Hmm. I'll try to keep it in mind. Remember FYE? Yeah. Chingy's Jackpot was the first album you ever purchased. Don't press your luck, AJ. I might buy my first gun today. Do you live in the US? Yeah, one of the states. Why are you telling us this? It's like, oh, I got my car washed. Fair enough. Do you live in I'm gonna go with you don't live in one of the gun states. Louis lives next to a health company CEO. Ooh. Can you tell us what CEOs live near you? If shooting CEOs becomes like a fad among the mentally unstable, we're all gonna have to start like tracking the hottest manifestos on 4chan. Gosh, I'll never feel safe in Midtown hotels ever again. Who's ever felt safe in Midtown? CEOs until a few days ago. Fair. Gold is on fire this week. Yes, it is. It's almost like people don't trust the dollar. And then JPOW compared gold to Bitcoin, and people were like, oh shit. And then they bought gold. What if Luigi didn't do it and he's just a copycat? And that's why he predated his manifesto. Like, he was on his way to go kill a CEO because he saw the other guy and he's like, I look like him. I could do that too. Manifesto planted? Mm. Is this going to become like liberal QAnon? Lebanon? I don't know. If I were going to take the fall, I'd Atheist tweeze my unibrow. At least? That's a new autocorrect I've never seen before. You know, Charles Manson was really the only one who had a plan for his unibrow before going to jail. The rest of them don't really seem very focused on it. His eyebrows were just an homage to the Unabomber. I mean, let's not put this guy and the Unabomber in the same bracket. No problem, mind swap. Well, he tried to kill the president of United Airlines too. Some computer store owner that pissed him off online. I think some ad exec and what was it, like the president of the Forestry Association? Kaczynski actually had the CIA's remnants of MK Ultra playing mind games with him when he was attending college too. Yeah. They didn't even catch the Unabomber. Nope, they didn't. Yeah, his brother turned him in. I mean, technically, they didn't catch this guy either. The McDonald's dude did, but Ted Kaczynski was also trying to stop the growth and spread of things like automation and social media by killing the people teaching it to students, which may have been not the right way to go about it, but reducing this action to crazy is logical fallacy par excellence. Hmm. Hold on. Any better chance of moving up here? That's about the same. Usual, usual bullshit. Hmm. Doesn't look like the synth short at 95 has moved around much. It does look like they pushed out the synth short at 80 though. Or 85. 85. But now new synth shorts are building out at 105, 110. And those calls out at 140 are still there. The like 10,000 calls. Like a weird out of the money position. There are ginkgo trees at the university. Which one? It was smelly. Ew. Would you be annoyed if you're right about quantum computing and the market sells NVIDIA to buy Google and SPX at 7,500 next year? No. Are you saying the Unabomber would be opposed to AI today? Yes. He was opposed to the industrialization of society. Everyone's had like a I'm gonna go read the Unabomber's manifesto moment, right? It's perfectly normal. He was right about a lot of things. He was also, kind of a deluded bigot, racist. But, he had really convincing arguments for why he was those things. They really fucked that dude up. Yeah, they did. I watched a lot of the History channels, so yes, yeah. I mean, he's a fascinating person. Morbid, but fascinating. Where does the glorification of guys like that come from? Um, morbid curiosity, largely. And media. I mean, I was like a little kid when all of that was going on, but I remember like the hunt for the Unabomber and all of that. And it went on for fucking years. It wasn't like a short manhunt. It wasn't like Luigi here. It was he was bombing shit for like 20 fucking years before they finally caught him. People were scared to get their mail. Yeah. And he was getting much better at it too. Like the trail from the FBI had gone cold and the bombings were continuing. And had his brother not turned him in, he probably would have continued doing what he did for a very for a very long time. Okay, you're getting too deep into the woods, Huckleberry. But now everybody has cameras and you can get tracked with a phone. Well, that wouldn't have been a problem for him because he shunned technology. But he was, I mean, basically like an anarchist. He believed that technology was eroding our society, our freedoms, and our way of life. And he thought that by targeting primitivist, he wasn't entirely, and I believe he disagreed with, well, he disagreed with everybody, right? Like, that's a big part of his writings, is that, like, even though the idea exists already, he has an argument for why his idea is different. I mean, he wasn't entirely wrong, and he did predict a lot of the way society would react to things like social media and stuff like, and cell phones and constant communication, and he believed that over socialization had negative sociological effects. Ted Kaczynski. He was anti-government, but he wasn't an anarchist. Well, given that he didn't really have a replacement plan, he kind of was, right? He also didn't like like he didn't like anybody on the left. He didn't like eco-fascists. He didn't like conservatives. He didn't venture much into economic theory, did he? Not really. No. Maybe in some of his other shit, but I've not read all of it. I know he's written a couple books. the key point from his manifesto was kind of like that the technological system put in place had not achieved control over all human behavior and was in the midst of a struggle to gain that control. And that if it could not achieve total control, it would break down. And so he was pushing forth the ideology that people who wanted to oppose this industrialization and over technological or overreaching technological power should promote stress within and upon the system and society and push like an anti-technology ideology. And that eventually the system would become unstable enough that it would collapse and the people would be able to revolt and overthrow the system. This is why you have such an amazing grasp on market psychology. You studied psychopaths in depth. Not in depth, just curiosity. I'm usually open to any idea, or at least willing to read it. Doesn't mean I agree with them. Why is VIX being weird? I don't know. Ooh, someone opened a new synth long at 6100. That may or may not have something to do with it. We might get some profit taking from puts at some point. Sold puts, which will also spike VIX. But VIX isn't being that weird. I mean, that kind of move is nothing. It's just a break in the spreads. Want to read my manifesto? I have a vendetta against Chuck E. Cheese. Sure. Every time I hear or see the name Luigi, I can't but think of a little cartoon guy in a blue and green suit with a hat. I think what'll be far more interesting than him killing a CEO, which really it's really not that interesting. People are soft and squishy and easy to kill. That's not like an impressive feat. It's not like he killed like a world leader or something like that with like or got through any significant amount of security to get to the guy, right? He just knew where he was staying and went and shot him. I think it'll be the people's reaction and the trial and how we handle it as a society because obviously people are very split. If thousands stand outside the courthouse in Joker makeup, we have a problem. Possibly. Are people split? Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's, and we should be, and even internally, it's a big step to say that murder is okay. Doesn't matter who it is, right? We have courts and we have a legal system that we have agreed as a society to uphold. Now, we may not agree with the outcomes of that legal system. But accepting cold blooded murder of anyone is it's a big step. Laws are only enforced on the poors, generally speaking, yeah. You need a really good lawyer to spin it as a self-defense case. Also, in New York, where it occurred, if it were self-defense, you have a duty to retreat. So if you can avoid violent confrontation, which definitely can be avoided when shooting somebody in the back, you were supposed to. You can agree with the grievance, but still be appalled and reject the vigilant justice. It's nuanced, yeah. You can be. But we're gonna find out how many people are not appalled by the vigilant justice real soon. What's up, Nuke? Nukel? Baby whale? Jury selection will be nearly impossible. Remember 85 resistance? On what? You're gonna have to DM me. I don't know what you're talking about. My head's up my own ass right now. Oh. Did it break out? Is it going to be televised? New York's weird about televising court cases. Probably not. I assume he's going to be charged and tried in New York, right? I haven't been paying attention to the news. There's no vigilant justice. The dude got murdered based on his accusation. If this is the rationale we go forward with as a society, then how can we rationalize banking or Hershey's existence? Well, we don't. We just kill them, right? Someone had to chop off the first head in the French Revolution. We don't know who they were, but... Or maybe we do. Well, we don't know who did it. Maybe. This is exactly why I remain anonymous. He was the first person to be executed, but who chopped his head off? No, they don't want us to have Ozempic. Imagine being rich and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on personal trainers and dietitians, and then some fat fuck from Ohio just starts jamming some Ozempic in his leg, and in 6 months he looks better than you. I would be infuriated. Also, they've spent so long trying to make us all fat, which keeps us, not rebellious. Look at the abs on Luigi, right? Those are rebellion abs. Seem like electric bike guys cruising while you're gasping for air on a normal bike. You should put that on your dating profile. Rebellion abs. Maybe. Like after how you get dumped and work out every day for 6 months. Yep. Did you have abs like him before you started streaming? No. I don't have like that build. I had abs before I started working on GS. Yeah, but that was just from starvation and Adderall. That was the CrossFit. I miss my can only afford 300 calories a day college abs. I don't. We're barrel chested Italians. We don't have abs unless we use stimulants and starve ourselves. I would get like the abs that like weightlifters get. Like that. Turtle shell abs? Not that bad. Bloat from HGH. I had a six pack for all of like 6 weeks. Tell that to Stallone and Ferrigno. They had abs for days. If I got abs now, it would definitely be a turtle shell. I bet you were hungry. Mm-hmm. I was thirsty. I was thirsty more than I was hungry. I should go back to the gym. I met with a personal trainer, but she sucked. She was such a bitch. I just want to leave a scathing review on whatever website she has. Tyson air fryer chicken nugget sandwiches for lunch. Chef's kiss. Ew. I only want personal trainers that are obviously on roids and will scream at me to not be a bitch. Are you gonna short Tesla at 420.69? It's my plan. No. Is that sweat nuke? No, it's tears. I fucking hate personal trainers. think Google can retrace here. Too strong today. Well, I was long Google this morning. It's a bit above Gamma Max. We'll have to see if the options chain catches up with the move to the upside. Well, my buddy recommended this personal trainer who's like, she's like some Instagram, like local Instagram fitfluencer. And I'm 100% sure that they're just banging. And she was awful. She knew nothing about form. She spent the entire time on her cell phone. Wanted $300 an hour. He was like, no, she's really great. I bet she was just hot. I don't know. The bitchiness wasn't a big turn on, which is weird because it usually is. Maybe it's because I was so positive that they were already banging. Did she hold your feet while you did sit ups? There were no sit ups. Sit ups weren't part of the deal. It's the incompetence, not the bitchiness, that got you fired up. Oh, okay. Actually, you know what? That makes sense. No, no shake weights. It was just like a standard 5 by, like the workout was just like a 5 by 5. It was like deadlift, squats, bench. It was boring, boring, stupid shit. The first 5 pages of any book on exercise. $300 an hour for 5 by 5? That's what I thought, yeah. I was like, I could do that in my living room. I really hope this fails 87. Just for a minute. It doesn't need to stay down there. But I've been short ES all day. And at this point, I just want my money back. Your downstairs neighbors would hate you for deadlifting. Fuck them. What are they going to do about it? I hate my upstairs neighbors. Also, my downstairs neighbor is the asshole who leaves his trash on his balcony and drives wasps into my apartment in the summer. I don't need help with form, but I also know when like my form's bad. And when the person who's there to correct it isn't. I don't currently deadlift in my apartment, but now I'm thinking about it. U.S. government posted $367 billion budget deficit for November, up 17% from a year earlier, as calendar adjustments for benefit payments boosted outlays by some $80 billion compared to the same month in 2023. Awesome. I can't wait for Trump to get in office and spend even more money. Fail 87, we can test 80. We can test 75, which is far more interesting. Gamma goes negative at 78. I don't think we see... we probably don't see negative gamma today, right? Do we care about the deficit? Is everyone about to realize they could have been getting way more money for the debt they've been buying? Dollar's up. Nah. Just do prison style workouts. What does that involve? Body weight? Don't bend over. Prison burpees. NVIDIA going to 140? I don't know. Yeah, probably. I mean, it's NVIDIA not so much going to 140, but resistance is at 140. And if it breaks to the upside of the sold calls again, it's going to run. I guess we forgot about the anti-monopolistic investigation by the Chinese government already. Like, no one gave a shit in the first place. Disappointing. Ooh, 85. Oh, give me my money back. How much more steam can Tesla possibly have? Zoom out on the chart and then look at 2020 through the end of 2021. No, the 85-cent short got pulled back. There's still sold calls here, but no bought puts. Big red freshness. Mm. Mm. I wonder how much of this is just a bear rally. Hmm. It's an awful lot of volume. It was mostly 0 GT. Is Target still going up? I got out of it. Hmm. 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 The 6100, 6095 cent shorts are picking up some put interest here. So someone's trying to break the support, it looks like. Which isn't much of a support. Like, if the sold calls at 85 go back out of the money, we should be able to get a little bit of a bigger move. Hmm. So this 85 is kind of important. I explained why there was a synth short there before. Where's the vol short? All the way up to spot and a little bit at 6090 still. That's the other problem at this level is that they're selling the 90. So we gotta squeeze out both the 90 and the 85 short puts simultaneously. Hmm. The bull's butt cheeks are clenched so tightly. What crazy person do you admire the most? AJ. He shows up here every day, expecting a different outcome from me. It's impressive, the perseverance at least. You just guaranteed him never leaving. He wasn't going to anyway. I like thick dumps, and I cannot lie. Don't we all? I'd like us to just go fill the gap. If I had to pick. Which one? This one. This big fat fucking gap down here. We've been floating above all day. People could stop buying NQ for 5 fucking minutes, 5 fucking seconds, then maybe. Maybe. But why would anyone want to do that? Do we jump back to 60-50 off of the PPI print? That would be cool. Yeah, if a little bit of the breadth gets rugged, it could help us move down more. Well, there's CX looking good again. Yeah. So 95 calls, bad idea? Not necessarily, but this might not be the best entry for them. Hmm. Market reaction to tomorrow's potential data results play out. I have no idea. I don't know what it's gonna do. If PBI comes in as expected, we shouldn't get much of a reaction at all. More vol shorting in the money. They're still selling the 90 put, but that's not really helping them here. How did the 10-year auction go? No tail. I think it was 4.23 to 4 point, what was it, like 4.5? $4.35. Yeah, 4.252 to 4.235. Bid to cover was low, 2.7, but and primary dealers only took 10.5%. But indirect was 70%. Stellar. You doing 2-to-1 straddle? No. I mean I have some open puts at 75 already. So I'll probably just hang on to those. Hmm. Is this bearish consolidation? A little bit, yeah. Isn't the dollar up? I don't know what PPI is going to come in at. It depends on pass through. Also depends on shipping costs. Oil's been down, so I mean that's probably at least that aspect of it's probably not going to be a big hit. Um, Import export cost prices haven't really improved, so those have been up. Yeah, I would say that it's likely that we see it. At least I mean, analyst expectations are currently for a rise. I don't know if it'll exceed analyst expectations. That seems, yeah, we'll have to see about that. But you were the soothsayer of Staten Island. Yeah, but now analysts are actually projecting inflation to go up, which is what I've been doing the whole time. And don't get me wrong, it's been great, but now they're kind of doing the right thing, which isn't so bad. No, under 70 a barrel is pretty good. Lower high here would be kind of interesting. It is a head and shoulders. Well, if we retest 100, I guess it could be descending. Just 6100 ES rather. So like, hmm, 6090 SPX. This is not going to fail back to 70. Not unless we lose 85. And we're in a head and shoulders, so yes, a failure is still possible. Positioning hasn't really changed. MSTR is not valued on its like stock or ETF holdings anyway. Just huge vol positioning on Bitcoin. I don't think it going into QQQ matters that much. It's what, like a couple $1 billion? Who gives a shit? What's up, Varix? Give me Fixie or give me Death. Yeah, it might be. We're getting close to where I want to get into some more yen shorts. Not there yet. I want Bank of Japan to do nothing for the December meeting first. But they have to do something. Sure. Didn't you say something about the BOJ moving their meeting to January? No, they moved around their January meeting, which makes people think that, and they moved around their press conference for the January meeting. So now people are thinking that they're going to move forward with a rate hike in Jan rather than December, since the scheduling conflict seemed odd. What was the high today? 92 something? 92.59. Interesting. SPX Head and Shoulders? Yes, Head and Shoulders in the 5 minute. Wow. Provided this fails the test of 6100. Still has to fail. But yeah, it's a pretty textbook one. Moscow says US loan to Kiev. Backed by frozen Russian assets. Theft. Vows retaliation. Yeah, we stole all their money. What are they going to do about it? Hmm. Did you watch The Penguin? A few people have told me that. Lower high. Head and shoulders. $1.30 for an at-the-money put? They seem a little cheap, right? Maybe it's just me. That's dumb cheap, even with only 75 minutes of theta. Yeah. Ooh, head and shoulders. Do it. Just wait tell these bulls to fuck off. Hmm. Are you gonna close the gap? Probably not. Although, that would be super cool. That seems very unlikely. Range down? Or neckline's at 72, so. 82? No, I think 72. 252. Charm is slightly supportive here. Not very, though. Charm would get much worse for the Bulls below 75. Like that would be significant enough. Bears have a little advantage, or Bulls have a little advantage here at spot, but they would lose that advantage at 85. Yeah. Well, I guess like they would lose that advantage at 80, and then the advantage would flip under 75. Double top bear. Gravy's been dead for a while. I don't think that's new news. Will we ever see SPX start with 3 again? Probably. The current path of our fiscal policy is unsustainable. $30,000? Duh. Nice. Is there really that much support at 85? No. There's not a lot of support at 85 at all, actually. There's a lot of put selling at 90. But 85 is pretty chill. It's mostly sold calls. Maybe on the 0 DTE it's slightly more sold puts, but barely. Big beautiful Persian rug for power hour. We'll see. Still haven't lost 85. Three. What is 83? 40, 78, 40. Was Google a multi-day play? It was just this morning. You could try to play it out to 200, but it didn't get there right away, so the rest of the range is kind of risky because it's above gamma. It's above gamma max. Hmm. Is Google a multi? They're trying to cling to 90 like it's a greased up fire pole. Yeah. They're trying to hold on to positive gamma because they're very close to losing it, which makes sense. Hmm. What does Reddit's gamma curve look like? Lower highs and lower lows the last 3 days. Ouchie down downs. Is it an opportunity to short it again? Maybe. Hold on. Let me look. Fuck this stupid tooth. I'll rip it out of my head. Gamma max is 175.42. So straight 200, maybe? Well, what am I even shorting here? Nothing. Hey, Glorp, I like this one. Hold on. Ooh, what'd you do? Ooh, gamma titties. Lumpy. Yeah. No, I see. I see. That's pretty nice. Okay, QN hits that 250 strike ever, or let's stick around 5. 456 at the moment. I don't know. I have a buy order down at like 415. It's probably not going to drop that low anytime soon. Maybe if yields go way up, but otherwise I'm not too worried about it. Bitch. See, it's interfering with your work. It is. Chances we just close right here higher than I want them to be. Bull's gonna try to gap 6100 before PPI in the morning. Because I can't push through it intraday. This isn't the audio porn I signed up for, but it's the audio porn I needed. Excellent. There's gotta be a better name than that. So far, we don't have one. Just let volatility go, Todd. Did I miss anything good? No. Ooh, that's nice. This cup is very cold. I'm gonna press it into my cheek. I get all these 85 puts. Degeneracy. Man, I really love that futures don't have theta decay sometimes. I would have lost so much more money otherwise. What's this? Oh my god. An AI rendition of Danny Elfman's What's This from The Nightmare Before Christmas, but about Todd shorting Vol. Do you have to have a certain account size for WeBull futures? I don't know. Probably. I think futures requires this like a certain amount of money. You know, I think it's one full port actually for you. There's nowhere to stick the wax because they just they filled it, but they didn't seal it. So they just put some porous shit in my tooth and left it there. Yeah, Gherk put my margin. Use an angle grinder to get it out. That sounds tempting right now. Don't don't put it past me. LRCX is getting some volume. Yeah. Well, it's past the dividend now, so hopefully we start to see something on it. It's got a lot of catching up to do, the rest of the semis. Even shitty AMD's up 2% today. It tempted me to put $1,000 in, but I didn't know what that would get me. I mean, are you gonna buy out of the money? Like, are you gonna sell? Are you gonna sell ES short out of the money every day, like you do with SPX? I thought we liked AMD. What changed? Nothing. Well, it's overvalued, but that's about it. My LRCX calls are back up after doubling down. Nice. Can I buy MES main with 1,000K? Yeah. I'm glad you're learning lessons about doubling down on your losing positions, Cobra. Everything is overvalued. True. I'm not gonna lie, I did it too. You guys are. You can't do ES main with 1K, right? You need 6K to do that? No, I think you just need like 1 or 1.2, maybe. Just say ES. The other one's called MES. But yeah, it's I think it's like 1 or 1 point. It depends on the every broker has different margin requirements, but usually you can do micros with like $500 and you can do one ES contract with like 1,000 or 1,200. You can't take a big drawdown, but Why is 90 support? Because that's where everyone's buying the dip. And yes, I do realize that that dip is $1 above us, but that's not the point. You haven't been waiting 4 years. The fucking market was down like 30% in 2022. As soon as you own them and they don't. Yeah. I just got a text from Weavers of Ireland? What the fuck? Boxer briefs. Something meshy. You want like mesh. I hope you all bought the generational 4 point dip. I don't know how anyone's making money here. Like the puts are worthless. Like who's selling puts for $1 right now? Who's like, I'm gonna take that risk. Gimme. RCX news, nice end of day pump. It's doing good. Going back towards 80. That's where the resistance is. This is what I told you guys when you were bemoaning its fate. It's in the middle of an inverse head and shoulders. Do you see it? Do I have to draw it? Yes. Why do you all overhold at the worst possible times and then you're super flighty when you should overhold? Hmm. Don't worry about overholding these 60, 70 Ps all day. I'm not talking about you, Brett. I don't know, but if you figure it out, let me know so I can fix myself. But, like, you guys will buy, like, leaps. They'll be down, 30%. And everyone's like, oh my fucking god, I'm ruined. This always happens to me, blah, blah, blah. Right? But you'll have weeklies down fucking like 95%, and you're like, next tick, it's mine. I wasn't overheld enough as a baby. Alright. Good defense. LMT 560 leaps, down 85%. I'll never let go. You were supposed to sell options again. There shouldn't be any downside on those. No one here has leaps. Maybe that's what it is. You can't sell options. Yes, you can. Has any positioning changed on LRCX? Not much. Some of the sold calls will fall off pretty soon. Like around Opex. The upside sold calls. If we don't break through them first, which we could. Fuck, this is stupid. Huh. Where's that going? Looks like Greek's on-screen positions. I'm down $90 on like 50 grand. Are people really posting wanted posters for CEOs in New York City? I have no idea. Oof, that's gotta hurt. Yeah, I don't know how I'll ever recover. That's not true. I was outside yesterday. I just don't pay attention. Having a $10 range all afternoon is brutal. That's pretty shitty. Is it time to short Costco? No. Do you need to short it right now? What are you in a hurry? Why are you in a hurry? Ooh. Mm. No, I'm not risking 50K on it. I'm only like 2 points out of the money. 3. I'm risking $77 right now. That's how much I've risked. Is Dork a mod on our stoner food? Dork's not here right now. He's away for a work event. I have a $40 Jan call on SMCI, almost right at 36. Pretty happy so far with my entry. Nice. Do you think Jamie can break 30 and stay there, or is 25 more likely? 25 is a far better support. Yeah, the ARB's starting to turn negative. What's it at right now? It's like -1 right now. I told you guys it was gonna go down earlier. Oh wait, did I call the top this morning? Ha! Get fucked, losers. Unfucking believable. You know there's stocks out there that grow and do things that aren't trading at 200 times earnings. I don't want to talk about BNet until it's back at $5. It got its options back though. Why would we go to 650 tomorrow? That's where all the options are. Second reason, hot PPI. Hot PPs in your eye. Are you responsible for this, young man? Whoa, whoa. Accusations. First of all, No. I've already said I'm not shorting Tesla until him and Trump have a tiff. Is this gonna dump or should I get out now at break even? It's probably not gonna dump. I'm just I can I feel like you should have some fair warning. There's a very, very good chance that it just fucking sits here for the rest of the day. The current at the money put is priced like it's going to zero. No, no, not Winky. Not Winks. No. Everything is yeeting. Todd is rock hard. I can't believe there's a buyer on NQ at 21.8. Based on what? That's so fucking unrealistic. Oh, look at that. Tussle's over 420.69. Get fucked, edgelords. Wayne Gretzky. It's easy. Stocks go up. It's just the same money that was in before back in again. They took the money out and then they put it all back in. How would you feel about 60-35 and then back to 60-70? You do realize that the accrual of money is not infinite, right, Pepe Squawk? There's only so much money in the entirety of the system. I've accidentally bounced our 10 months old skull off the tile floors this morning. Oh, okay. Got him checked out and everything's okay. His foot got injured. Oh no. Any 15-minute plays so I can pay for the ER bill. I'm sorry to hear about your kid. I hope your insurance covers it. If not, just try doing the same thing with your head repeatedly. Luigi said you don't have to pay those anymore. So the law, here's something interesting. People could technically overthrow the healthcare system. The law says that hospitals, if there's an emergency, the hospital has to treat you. And then just hear me out. Nobody pay them. Ever. See? It's pretty easy. Can't even put it on your credit report. Don't give them your social and you're good. Yeah, be like, I forgot it. It's in my other wallet. Did you guys have a bunch of hospitals that are technically non-profit and you should not have to pay anything? That just means they don't pay taxes, not you don't pay them. Seeing Duncan talk about it's okay, the hospital did not achieve value, embodies everything wrong with the country. Glorp GM, what's up? That's a non-violent protest of the healthcare system. Yeah, I know, I'm already long that shit. There is a fuckload of gamma in there. Look how pointy that gamma titty is. 2.87. Fuck. This is not going to be good for your port. I can already tell. Should we also tell the pickle jar about the total block on health info disclosure for services paid with cash? I didn't even know that was a thing. I assume that's why you're bringing it up. Gork, I made $16 today. You know what? That's pretty awesome, dude. Not like, with this price action, that's well done. You get like 2 Domino's pizzas tonight. Start getting a bowl of water. Boom, you got some pho. Leave it long enough and you got beer. Fuck Domino's. I'd rather buy a tin of Zins. Fair. If you didn't just get a reaction to the data's bullish, getting out the money calls. The calls were supposed to be bought last night. I made $20. Don't mind the 2K unrealized losses that will turn around soon. 1% of the way there, man. I can't imagine what I'd do with a $16 gain. Incredible. That's that same, yeah, Nuke. That's that same retard though. That's just buying the fucking out of the money puts. He hasn't gone away. I don't know what his fucking problem is, but I hate him. Tell him to stop being retarded. I can't. I don't know who it is. She's making her titties spiky. Yeah, I know. I see. Also, that curve looks fucked. What did Dork do to it? I'm gonna blame Dork. It's some big fat goth GF titties, don't we all? It's making the world a better place. Want to try something? If you buy a 60-15 put, I'm gonna fly to Seattle. Give me that $0 day. End of day neutral positioning? That'd be cool if that blows someone up. Gamma goes from Jesus Christ. Hold on. So 90 billion at spot, immediately to negative 18 billion at 85 on a test of 85. Ooh, they just sold a bunch of 90 puts. Don't do it. Just blow them up. Jesus Christ. All we need to do is go down to $1.30. NQ is actually kind of failing. Maybe. Lower low. Why are they selling that put? What in the fuck is wrong with these people? How much is it? Is it even worth money? $3.40. $41,000 volume. Huh. Charm's like a little bit on the bear side here. It'd be more bearish, $1.60 lower, but yes, on the precipice of collapse. Gross. Look at NQ actually selling off. This is such bullshit. Aha! Woo! I'm out. I don't care what happens now. Should I go long on the instantaneous reversal? Can't close here. All the put sellers would get fucked. Minutes to put 200 billion gamma back on the chain. It's not 1 minute. I'm not looking at that shit. $3 minutes left. Look at him selling the 85 in the money. I think they're gonna go for it in the last minute. Try to save all their 85s. Oh no, I got stopped out. Oh, maybe that's a good thing. Ding. Oh, not ding. Now ding. It's really dumping. Well, that did not hold up well. Back to support. Hmm. NQ's still selling off. Got some volume, too. Alright, so pulled back to support at close. Puts us just above the 2 standard deviation VWAP here on SPX. With that acting as support going into PPI data tomorrow. Let's see what the distribution looks like here. So slight upside bias up to 61.23. I mean, with the lower close, I don't know if we're close enough to 6100 to gap over it overnight. And if the bulls fail to gap it overnight, even on bullish data, we can end up chopping below it again. Squeezing those short calls that are to the upside out of the money is of paramount importance for getting over the 6100 level, which they have failed to do yet again. Yes, actually a slightly lower high on the reversal point, which probably would have been at like 6105, but the prior high 6111. We topped out at around 610250. Failure of the 6089 support, which we'll see if how supportive it is, but failure of this in the overnight could lead to a pull down, maybe even to back to like 6075. With the 0 DTE short puts coming off the chain in the money into tomorrow, it's possible that we continue down overnight. Looks like Dixie up most of the day. Yields at the top end of the curve rising. Commodities moved up. Actually, a breakout above the 99.56 resistance. Gold moved very hard today. So did oil to the upside, now closing above 70. Silver, not so much. Copper, no. Industrial metals, meh. Agricultural, nothing to note really. Correlation pushed down pretty hard today on the 1 month. We do not see that same volatility shorting out on the 3 month, which stayed relatively flat. VIX 3M around 0.65% down, whereas 30-day VIX down 4% today. So yeah, we're seeing a lot of short-term dispersion into PPI, but not a lot of confidence in that positioning. Leverage on the carry moved up back above 8 to 8.14. This is largely with the yen losing that 150 level and falling further against the dollar. Leverage on the shorter end of the carry, not really moving too much, but we do have a big move down in the forward yield of volatility, closing the day at negative 15.8%, down from yesterday's negative 2.54%. So very, very big move there in volatility expectations. Bond vol back above 90, still under 100 though, and anti-correlated with core 3-month. Skew pretty flat day over day. Again, only 34% of the S&P 500 is currently above its 20-day moving average, and the majority of this push to the upside was in tech, with NQ rising 168 points on the day, but ES less than half of that at just 69 points. Correlation between cash VIX and VIX futures moved up another 2% today, and we are starting to see a little bit of a breakout in volatility there. Generally, this happens as you go into the roll, so I might need to back adjust a little bit. Yeah, but still rising day over day, even if I do that, about 2%. So, lastly, Fed Fund futures discounting 0.31%, or 30 points of cuts by June of 2025. So it looks like rate cut expectations fall a little bit with the 10-year auction, and also with the CPI report today. Although I think expectations for a cut in December are still rising. And lastly, the 210 spread up a little bit on the day, a positive 11.8%, up from 8.1. So we're still seeing a lot of that bear steepener in effect, and it's really obvious if you just go look, like 3 and 6 month down, 0.77, 0.85 respectively, and then the top end of the curve all up over 1%. So still getting some bear steepener there. That's gonna at least tighten financial conditions and make risk assets a little less attractive. On the technical side, we have a lower high on the daily, despite the reversal and the breakout above. Well, I guess we can set a new low here at 61.30. If this should fail, that would imply a continuation, but we would need to see the underside of 60.31 there to confirm that. But yeah, today may have just been a little bit of a bear rally, and we are positioned still to go back down again. If it were for tomorrow's data, I would say that today trading inside the drop is pretty bearish, but the data tomorrow can kind of mess with that. So it's still dropping, but yes, yeah, that's what I said. Was it 85p 20C underpriced there for a second? The 85p was underpriced there for a minute, yeah. NQ just ripped today, though. It did. 80BE getting slaughtered. Ooh, nice. Eventually, we're going to find out that nobody makes money anymore. Today, mostly led by tech services. NVIDIA had a nice bounce back after its losses in the earlier part of the week. But mostly everything in the Mag 7 or like Mag 7 adjacent, like AVGO, QCOM, AMD. So semis having a pretty good day. Salesforce, Intuit, Netflix. These are all decent gainers in the tech services. And then everything else red, right? Like UNH down 5% today. Holy shit. Energy down, producer manufacturing kind of flat. Health technology diving, non-durables diving. Transportation's just been getting wrecked lately. Finance kind of mixed. Anyway, Pack's doing good to 13. Gotta get that bag first. They're supposed to, Brazil's expected to hike rates this week, which should be pretty good for Pax. Push the real up. If the president sucks so much, it would have already recovered, but ADB, we could take a look at it. Oof, down 5%. I'm guessing that they probably missed on revenues. Someone just sold 102,950 shares of QQQ for 520. Okay. That could just be the closing auction doing weird shit. Nice. They gave cautious guidance. Ooh. Nice, Ruth. Well done. What's some of the cost sell off today? Just profit taking over 1K. Sorry, not sell off. It's still up. Yeah, it's still pushing up against 1,000. But there's a lot of call selling at 1,000 right now. So as that sold call wall builds up, I might start to see a little bit more resistance. Anyway, yeah, looks like Adobe's gonna be down a little bit. You got it on that wick. Awesome. Yeah. Anyway, I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow. I'm gonna go head off to the dentist again. See if I can get this shit fixed. Have a good night, everybody. Later.